Okay. Let's just make sure this is a good aspect ratio for people. Does everyone have like a big monitor these days? I don't know if we can make that assumption. But all right. I mean, that's pretty good. People can let me know if we need to zoom in a bit more. Okay. So we'll give it a few minutes to get started, and then we'll kick off. I kind of liked this area being a bit more open, but you know what? Whatever. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and kick it off. So yesterday, we got a lot done on the game. I can kind of give a brief overview of everything that's done so far. And yeah, we've been doing also some stuff off stream, so sorry about that. At first I thought it would be cool to kind of do everything on stream, but I feel like it's nice to kind of have a break sometimes. So anyway, we've been working on this little platformer game. You can see it here. And it's got a bunch of levels. So our goal is just to like finish all the levels and maybe make a final boss. And then we'll be done for the first pass. I mean, obviously we have other stuff we can do to clean this game up. Like, for example, we're doing 138 draw calls. Now this is actually rendering the entire game all at once. So this number will go down a bunch, but we're also gonna like... So I want to separate this into two passes, right? The first pass is like finish the actual game, at least to some degree of finished. And then the second pass is going to be going through and kind of like finishing, polishing everything. So that'll include reducing these counts. It'll also include maybe tightening up the memory usage a bit and thinking about multiple player support and that kind of stuff. So let's just give a brief run through of the game as it stands right now. So here's our game. This is the opening level. Oh wait, actually, we were testing some lives. Okay, so this is the game so far. Maybe let me move my head so everyone can see the whole thing. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll make us take up a couple tiles up here. Alright, we'll make ourselves bigger once we finish this demo. Okay, so this is the game we've got so far. You can kind of run around, you can attack, and you can also shoot, although I don't know, maybe this will be a pickup, like a power-up at some point you get. But that's the basic mechanics of the game. You can also shoot and slash to not move, and there's some other secret stuff you can do. And then we've got like this basic level switching. So these guys take a couple of hits to kill. And then we got this grasslands. Let's see if I can do this without dying. Oh boy, down to 1 life. Then we've got like this sort of woodlands. Okay, we need to make these bats a little bit better. But... And then I think the castle level is going to be the last level, because that's kind of what you see in the start of the game. So we're not doing any of the secret stuff here. We don't want to spoil that. Okay. Then we've got the cave levels. And cave level, cave level, cave level. A little bit of a leap of faith. This is actually kind of cool. Maybe we'll start... I do kind of like this ledge idea, so maybe we'll have it so that you have to actually jump down here. Because right now the world is just kind of this flat thing. And maybe for the castle you've got to actually jump down. I kind of like that. But anyway, so that's all we've got. We've got the 4 regions of the overworld. Although maybe we'll switch the order of the caves and the castle. And then we're going to do a final boss somewhere. So let me just make my head a little bit bigger again. So let's just make sure this looks decent. Yeah. Alright, that looks pretty good. Okay, so that's what we've got so far. And so the first thing I want to start with is maybe just like doing, like I was saying, that second level. I don't know if in this game we'll actually support multiple levels of the world, but it would be cool to at least have it be supported. So the first thing we need to do is we need to resize this canvas. And we can say go upwards. Now the height, obviously we need to do ×2. Maybe we'll do this. So we'll do, and then +22. So we're going to get a bit on the top and a bit on the bottom. And then we've got our wider world. So let's reload. So now you kind of fall from the top there, which I kind of like. It's like a little intro. Oh, okay. So we do have a slight bug with the way that these tiles are laid out. So the problem is that we're using 22 pixels to represent the world. And actually there's 21.5. So I think what we can just do is shift everything up a tile. And that'll be exactly what we need, I think. So let's just double check. Okay, so not totally. Okay, maybe we should break this down a little bit better. So the problem is we are tiling the world. What's our grid right now? 21. So I want to actually make this 22. And when we sample, we'll just adjust the position. If that makes sense. I mean, maybe it is actually a little bit nice to have like a gap between. So maybe what we'll do is just kind of manually shift some of this up. Because, okay, here's what we need to do. We need to turn this on. So yeah, even though the game is going to be Snapping. Okay, let's just double check that like we haven't messed everything up too badly yet. Right, okay, so we need 2 tiles here, and then we expect like a floor here. That's kind of what we are expecting. Now, let's scale up the world. So we'll do something like this, and we'll do ×3. So this is going to give us more space above and below. Yeah, and actually, like, this situation can be slid up a bit. Well, wait. Let's see our grid. Okay, maybe we'll make our grid 22, and we'll just know that, like, the game is going to sample this slightly differently. I think I like that. So that means if you see, like, one of these lines at the bottom there, then actually it's going to be a half thickness. So that's just, like, something to be aware of. Okay, so when we are in our game and we're doing our sampling, so all we're doing is like X and Y and tile size. Now, this is actually a bit of a lie, like we said. So for every is greater than game height, we'll say Y minus equals, you know? Okay, so maybe this would actually be 16. Doesn't seem like that's really doing anything. If Y is greater than game height. Oh. So X and Y is coming through. I think we'll just do something like this. So that works there. And literally all we're doing is just shifting our sampling to deal with this half step thing. I kind of... Well, there's a couple ways we could fix this. We could just make our game offset be -8. So that's another way we could do it. When we set our like game offset. We could just shift up by 8 pixels here. Or down by 8 pixels. Oh, so sorry, it's not the offset, it's the game offset. well, really what we could do is we could say like snap snapped game size is snap to 16 by 16. And then we could do our clamping based on the snapped game size. And that almost gets us what we want. Well, this is not quite. Okay, so what we need to say is snap yeah, it's like we want to snap the size to 16 by 16. I think we could just kind of hard code this. And that's all we need to do. Right? So even though like our game, and let's just like double check that everything's working. So we can place a brick up here at the very top and a brick up here at the very bottom. And maybe we make a hole in the floor and we'll check more bricks, but let's just see that this works. Okay, and that's exactly what we needed, right? So let's just make a note about this. So we'll say snap game size to 16 for world import. I wonder if snap is like rounding or if it's clamping. Okay, snap does round. Oh, okay, interesting. Should this actually be plus 16? Maybe. Okay, let's put a hole in the floor here. And let's check that this final region works as we expect. So, okay, the final region does not work. Good, good, good. Okay, so it is just plus 8. We'll just put a comment. Right? So, you know, we could clean this up or something. But that's everything we need to do for now. So we're just going to fill this in. Now our player is actually going to just start in the center there. Okay. So this just kind of like gives us some more breathing room to work with. And now we could actually do something where we like jump off the cave here and maybe we have to backtrack. I don't know. Point is just we've got more space to work with. And just like NASA, you know, we need our space. I think some dimensions are off. So maybe I was a little sloppy with those. We should clean up some of this stuff. So maybe, just so it looks more obvious, we will not fill this layer. Now I think our game will still work if that is the case. Yeah, right. Just to make it a little bit more clear what's going on. And we can fill that in later. If we want to. So like, it's kind of obvious that this is actually wrong. Right? I don't really know what the intention was here. Same with this. So now if we run along, I really don't like this level. Oh wait, did we already pass the point? Yeah, so that just makes it a little bit more obvious in the level editor. Yeah, now I think actually this needs to be shifted down. And then we can just go in and delete that bottom row. So we're just cleaning this up to make it easier for ourselves. Just to keep everything straight. Right? So that's actually what our world looks like. Okay. Again, I really don't like this level. Cave, 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 and then we can fall. Next thing I want to do is check if the player ever goes outside of the world. So when we load in our map here, We just want to scale this up to game coordinates. So that should be pretty straightforward. We just want to say world bounds. Maybe we'll just call this like world size. So so really all we're doing is taking the map size and then we just have to say times tile size. I think that's it. But now what we could say here is, well, you know, we'll do auto bounds. Is it bounds? Okay, so if we're not in world, we'll just kill it, you know? Sorry. You've gotta be in the world. So world region. It's just that. And how would we check if this is actually working? Yeah, maybe we'll just put a little hole in the dirt. And we'll fall down this. And that's it, we die. So when we go to pick out our screen points, this is the last thing. When we go to pick out our screen points, we want to clamp the player's position to the world bounds. So update game transform, here we go. Then we'll just say game offset equals clamp. Between 0 and world size dot x. Well, let's actually just see, like, maybe we clamp the player's position. So then what we can say here is, you know, just make sure the camera doesn't go outside of the world. And then when we pick our point, we'll say this is camera position. So let's just make sure that this is doing what we want it to do. Right, we should just see that brick. Yeah. And it's exactly what we want. So cool. What should we do next? Okay. So let's commit this. We'll say larger world maps. Okay. So now what we probably want to do is, like we were saying, rearrange these levels. Now that we've got a bit more space to work with, that should be a bit easier. So I can literally just like move this whole chunk, right? So let's just see like how that flows. We probably want to get rid of the hole in the ground. And we're going to create a little test position. So we're going to create our spawn point here. We might have actually gone a little... Oh, it's actually sampling. That's funny. So that's a pretty jarring transition, right? But I do kind of like that the woodlands takes you to the cave. Now we could make this like sort of a... If we wanted to keep running with this game, we could make this sort of like a roguelike kind of thing. For now we don't. And maybe the boss, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, we have 16 tiles across. And maybe the boss gets like a whole floor or something. Okay, we can't get back from there. So it's like, all right, I get here, and now it's like, well, where am I trying to go? We probably want like some sort of like chests or something. I don't really like the idea of giving stuff that doesn't really have any value. But, you know, all right, you gotta take a leap of faith here, and then you wind up in the castle. So we definitely want to work on like the transition into the cave. If this is going to be the cave entrance, you know, let's make it look a bit more like a cave. something like this. And maybe we like start to tile the ground with the cave texture. So yeah, I mean that starts to look like the entrance to a cave. Maybe we make this a little bigger, and we make this a little bit wider. Something like that. Feels kind of cavey. You're like, oh, whoa. These bats are like kind of annoying. So yeah, something like that. And more bats. No sleep from the bats. Oh God. I don't know, something like that seems good. Maybe we'll put just like a spike pit. If you miss this jump, I don't know. That feels a little mean. But alright, so we're going through the cave, we could put an enemy in here, I guess. And then a bunch of spikes. So you're like, alright, I guess I gotta jump. Spikes aren't really a cave thing. They're more of like a castle thing. Alright, and now there's no way for us to really return from this point. I kind of liked having the whole game be playable forwards and backwards. So I don't know. We can think about that later. kind of want to have the boss fight span like multiple rooms. Okay. If I wanted to make like a dark hero, like a shadow villain, man, it's so hot here. I really hope this doesn't sound terrible. Okay, so maybe like a shadowy villain could be like purple. Or blue. Kind of like this purple. So 94216A. What's that in? 148, 33, 106. 38, 106. Shadow villain. This purple color is fine. Maybe we will do like a dark blue or something. Okay. So I think we have enough enemies. Like, we've got these bats and we've got these plants. We could try to make another enemy type, or we could start making the boss. I kind of want to start making the boss, if we are going to have a boss. So the idea is maybe the boss is like, you know, just you, but evil. The classic boss thing. And I don't know what color looks the most evil. We can play around with that. You know, maybe like that. If we want to have multiple players, we'll also have players take unique colors. Okay, we don't actually want to save this spray. So yeah, let's make the bats a little bit better, because I don't love how they work right now. We'll go to Kennedy. So is this zoomed in alright? Yeah. So we actually got rid of this. Okay, and then all we want to say, so right now it just kind of has this like stupid logic of like move towards the player. Maybe we at least want some sort of cooldown. Okay, the first thing I want to do with bats, before we get too carried away, first thing I want to do is I want them to like not wake up until the player goes like right under them. So maybe we'll say like, okay, we'll find the closest target and this will be if it is active, if target so if we've got a target, so we'll take the distance. Okay. So, you know, they kind of have like this sleep state. I want to... Where's my guy? I want to prototype this starting here. Okay. So now they're kind of sleeping, and maybe we can make them like have like a upside down state. And we're slowly approaching. I feel like our distance should be a bit higher. Maybe 200. Maybe we also want to do some sort of line of sight thing. But that already feels a little bit better, which is nice. So you can kind of like come into the cave and then they start attacking you, which feels so much better. And maybe we'll actually have a bigger threshold in the X versus the Y direction. So we'll say dx Can we take the distance between 2 points? No. Oh, right. That would just be this. It dot center dot x minus target center x and dy. So if our dx is less than 50, then we're going to activate no matter what, or dx times dx plus dy times dy is less than 200 times 200. So something like that. And maybe 150, 150. So if you run under them like at all, they're going to wake up. But also if you just get close enough. Okay, yeah, that's pretty nice. The next thing with bats is I want to have like 2 cycles. So we can actually just do this with a routine. RT begin. And the syntax for this I don't totally remember all the time. So we'll say go for 4 seconds and just try to attack the player or whoever you're closest to. And then we'll say RT for 2 seconds, do nothing, RT step, RT restart, RT end. Okay, so when we're in this stage, I want to like move velocity x to 0 by some friction amount. And maybe just to make it more obvious what state we're in, we'll do our color. Okay, yeah, 4 seconds is kind of a lot. I kind of want to do something like this. Oh god. Yeah, I kind of like that. So we'll move towards the player as fast as conceivably possible. We'll cool down, and then we'll do it all over again. Okay, this 1000 is too much. I get kind of stuck sometimes. Do we have some sort of move actor? Move actor ext? And we could actually make these configurable, the corner correction. X, corner correction X. Maybe we'll want to split these out into different components. Maybe we'll want to make this speed configurable. So with the bat, okay, so for player, we have these configured to X, 0, upwards corner correction 4, downwards corner correction 1. Bat update, we want to say, like, move actor ext, and we'll just give him corner correction in all directions. And instead of, I changed it from the amount you want to move to just the DT, which is fine. So hopefully that helps them if they get stuck at all. Kinda does. Right, they can kind of just like move up the corners a bit more. Something like that. It would be nice to only have one bat here at the moment. So like, hey, come at me, bat. Ow. Definitely seems like it should be able to. Oh, fuck. Oh. Okay, first of all, it's moving totally at a weird angle. Maybe this will just be move actor. So when our bat is moving, its direction is kind of like not totally on target. Maybe we'll have it go towards the top of the target. And we'll add a react center bottom, react center top. It's just this. Right? I mean, it's literally just equivalent to this. Well, you know? Center top and center bottom is just that. Okay. So hopefully that just like makes them less stupid. Okay. They're still kind of stupid. Not very bat-like to get stuck on corners. I think we're gonna just give it a little more help, even. Alright, it's boy versus bat right now. Who will win? Boy or bat? Boy wins. Okay, this is definitely the worst level for the bats. So as much as we can help them out, that. Okay, so I think what we want to say is like, go towards the target, but if you see that something is obviously in your way, maybe move up a little bit. Like, we also want a tendency to just move away from solids. So, let's say, like, if collide at, you know, if we're colliding above us, well, really below us is the problem. So something like this. And it's not really collide at. I guess we really want like collision rects. This actually doesn't take anything, so we'll say rect union. So we can say shift our rectangle up by 8. You know? And then if we see something below us, then we'll move up. So pretty basic stuff. Okay. Yeah, alright. That's working perfectly. So all it's doing is just making sure it doesn't fly too close to the ground, which is exactly what we wanted. Well, almost exactly. So just resist the ground a little bit by some amount of speed. These coroutine things are pretty cool. Okay. We got it. This is totally good. Maybe we want to sleep for like 1 second. I don't know. 1 second, 2 seconds. Who knows? Okay. How do people feel about the bats? I think they're pretty good. Alright, so let's cross that off our to-do list. Maybe our stopping velocity could be a little bit faster. This is really bat central. Maybe we shouldn't give you 3 bats to fight here. That feels kind of mean. Maybe just like 1. Well, okay, so you go through the grassland. Maybe we'll do 2. I don't want to make it too easy. Or we could put 3 bats in the cave. You know, it's a cave. There's a lot of bats in here. Okay. So that's pretty good. So I kind of want to work on these cave levels a bit more. Like they're pretty sparse at the moment. So maybe we can put some more enemies in here. Like one of these guys. Alright, so we can actually just run. I kind of want to put this guy up on like a rock or something. But I did like that this level was pretty flat. So maybe we'll put them up over here. So they're kind of like attacking you from the top. Which is kind of mean, but I like it. And you've got to like climb up. And you know what? We'll throw in a bat here too. A couple bats. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like this guy over here. Really messes up your day. Okay. Let's add some new features after a quick little paint. You know, it's a cave. It's got to kind of feel a bit more like a cave. Okay. So we get through that section. The bubbles actually can kill the bats. So you can get into some funny situations. The bat bubble catastrophe. All right. So I think that's pretty good for these sections. Maybe we'll just move the bat here. This needs a little bit of work, I think. I guess we can paint some rocks. yeah, this level's definitely tricky. Cool, we got some more rocks down here. That looks pretty good. Oh god. Obviously these spikes at the bottom looks really stupid. But we just wanted it there to be a placeholder, so it's like obvious you have to jump across this. And then you get to the castle. So this castle opening section... Oh, what? Oh yeah, that's correct. Maybe we'll make it look a little bit cooler. Okay, yeah, people really don't like when we design levels. People just want to see us program. We gotta give the people what they want. We've got to deliver value to the people. Okay, yeah, we're gonna fix this. Maybe we put that pillar somewhere out here. This doesn't really look like any castle I would go into. Okay. Take a quick 5-minute break. And Okay. So we've got a couple things we could work on right now. We could either go ahead and sort of polish up this level. We could work on a third enemy type. Or we could just go right for the boss, you know? Maybe we'll either make a third enemy or do the final boss. I'm a little bit afraid of doing the final boss just because I don't know how complicated it'll be. But maybe that could be kind of cool to make like a player-like AI. And because the way that we've got like this code set up where every struct is just actually like the same struct. So if you're a player, you're just an entity, but we have this special behavior on you. So that makes it actually really composable. So we could make the final boss use the player update function, but we pass in specific, like, we make like a virtual input, and that is how we move the AI, which I kind of like. Um, okay. So maybe we'll prototype a third enemy. Just because I think, only 2 enemy types for the whole game is kind of small. So let's start with that. And then we'll work on the final boss fight. Let's like see. Maybe we'll do something kind of like 1001 Spikes. Where it's some sort of like crab thing. What if it's a turtle? We like turtles here. I guess we could just go for the classic snake. I don't know, something like that. Looks like kind of like a little dragon snake. So we'll say save as, new frame. So we want to just like animate this a little bit. So maybe it'll go up and kind of scrunch a bit together. So scrunch, scrunch, scrunch. Maybe the tail kind of comes up as well. I guess it's really more of like a coming together. something like that. And then we'll have snake draw, which will do a little animation cycle. I don't know if snakes in the castle really make a lot of sense. Okay, I kind of want to try to make the enemy, because I think that would be kind of fun. We'll call it like shadow. We'll just call it boss. So we'll just say the boss is the same as the player. The only difference is our color is going to be a different color. What if it's just totally inverted? No, that wouldn't really work. I guess this blue color is good. So 35, 73, 117. Right. And then I think for now we're just gonna like spawn a boss here somewhere. This. So we'll have boss create. So a boss create is the same as a player create. And let's see. So player create does not take one argument. It might not take any arguments. So we'll actually just say like auto result equals this. lot of B entities. Apparently we can't spell. So where's our boss at? I don't see any bosses. Oh, we're actually spawning in the starting zone. Which is fine. So we can just use this as our boss arena for now. We'll eventually put it somewhere else. Okay, so there's our boss. Now, you want to say player update is going to actually take a controller. Whatever, we can just make it a ref. Should really only be read only anyway. So we'll just do that. Okay, so now that player update takes a controller, when we go to have our boss update, let's find some example code for the man. I think it was in Ryan's. We'll just add some comments here. Okay. Take a 5-minute break, heat up some coffee. Alright, we got some snacks. We got some coffee. So we need to do a similar thing for player draw. We'll do a cleanup on that. Okay, so then for our boss update, we're gonna make like, you know, get boss input. And this is gonna just return this. Boss movement. Input movement. So the only reason we're doing this is just so we can call it in draw. I'm actually fine if this is wrong for now. Actually, we could just move the sprite logic. Like, so we're picking out the sprite in player draw. The only reason we really need the input here is because we picked the sprite. So I might just do that instead, because I think that's a little bit cleaner. So we'll just say we're gonna pick the sprite here. I can't really think of anything we do here that we wouldn't want to just do an update. And then all we do is say it sprite equals sprite. Right? And then all of that just allows us to simplify this a bit. And then when we call it over here, we don't have to say get boss movement or any of that nonsense. Same here. So I like that a bit better. And then we can actually just inline this function, right? Okay. So now the boss is watching me. Okay. We're going to try out these routines. So we just want to give the boss a default hitbox. Okay. So now that the boss gets a default hitbox, I want to just have an animation where the boss attacks, attacks, attacks. Maybe it'll do jump, attack, flip. So RT label attack is going to be input.jump, true. RT wait 2, and that's it, right? So the boss should just do one attack. And we'll put in another wait block here. Okay, so that's a jump. We'll say input.attack. Sword. This is going to be a bit of a mess, but that's okay. So wait 2 seconds, and then do a jump and do a sword. Wait 2 seconds, RT step. So this is, we're trying out these coroutine things. Well, they're like pseudo coroutines, but I kind of like them so far. They're null berries implementation. I might try to make my own at some point, but for this game, I don't have time for that. I just want to finish the game, you know? So, okay, this is looking pretty good. So we're doing a double attack. I kind of want to, like, we'll make a cleanup here, but we'll have like an I-32 attack count is 0. And then when we come into this begin block, we'll say we're going to attack 5 times. And how does this routine work again? So we can say, like, this is sort of example. This is example code for how to work with it. RT4 0.25 seconds. RT wait. Yeah. So we kind of want to say something of the form like, maybe we just put it here like if attack count is greater than 0, then we'll say RT go to, like we'll have a run cycle where he just tries to run at the player. And then we'll say RT step, RT go to attack. Then we'll have our run cycle here. For now, we're just going to stop in the run phase, so we'll say color alpha equals 0.5. So let's see if that works. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Okay, so we actually don't want him to run off the edge. Maybe we'll just put some barriers on the level to make it easier. Okay, so now the boss is gonna attack, 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 attack. Does it ever stop? Okay, we didn't actually do attack count minus equals 1. I think we want to also have some logic in here for if we're hitting the wall to like reflect. But 5, and that works. So we have like a little loop here. I guess we could kind of express it. I'm still new to these coroutines, but we could say like while attack count is greater than 0, do this. But we do kind of want like a delay. I don't know if we can do like RT sleep. Like, can we do RT wait in this block? Does that work? Oh. So we'll say RT while one. No, I don't think you can actually have these nested like this. That's a little unfortunate. RT is less than or equal to 0. You know, it's got to be kind of something like that. Okay. Maybe we'll try to do a combination of like these coroutines versus just explicit states. It might just be easier to make explicit states for this. So let's try to do that. I almost want to be able to say like sleep, like within our entity code. I feel like that would be really helpful. So attack count input dot attack equals true, jump equals true. So we're gonna do these like series of jumping attacks. And then we kind of want to say like entity sleep, something like that, right? And not entity is sleep. Then we can keep doing whatever we were doing. So we'll just define these functions. This probably needs to take dt. Then we'll just say entity is asleep. Entity star it. dt if it. Right, and then we'll say entity sleep, and then we'll say amount, time in seconds, it life plus equal. So we're kind of overloading this variable life. We can make a cleanup. But that's fine. So let's just see if this does what we want. So we want it to sleep for a second. We want it to attack and sleep, and then attack and sleep. That. Yeah, it's not attack, it's actually sword. I mean, that kind of seems like it's what we want. We do want the ability to have some sort of like setup and the ability to like go back to the top. So similar to these coroutines, but a little bit less strict. Like I like that I'm able to have nested code. So maybe we'll wait for like if we're grounded. We'll say on ground, and literally that's all we want to do. If we're on ground, okay, I do want to have him like flip around. So this is like attack sequence. I want to say like if collide. Okay, I guess we got to get the solids. Find all of type. So we'll say like if collide at it x is 1. And it facing is 1. This code could kind of just run literally any time, I think. And same but opposite, like if we see something to the left of us. So he does flip around there, which is good. Let's make this attack count like 5 or something. 3, 4, 5. And then he's gonna wait. Okay, cool. This is starting to get pretty good. Yeah, I kind of like this approach a little bit better than the routines. They're just a little bit hard to understand. I wonder if we want to have like a state variable. And maybe we'll just have like a big switch statement. State. So if we're not asleep, zero. So this is our attack state, and maybe we just create these quick little like, you know, attack state equals 0, run state equals 1, just to make it a little bit more obvious. So we'll say attack state. So here's our attack state code. So if we're on the ground and we still have attacks to go, then make us attack, subtract 1, and wait. We might not even need the wait. Expression not constant. I'll show you who is constant. I kind of like that. So then let's make a new state. Maybe we'll flip this around, the transition logic here. Run state. So in our run state, we're going to try to find the player and run at it. Player equals find closest entity to point. So something like this, right? And we can just find the closest entity to our center point. So if we have a player, then we're gonna say, we just want to move left if the player's to our left and move right if the player's to our right. So it's pretty simple. Move x times, I guess it's just kind of like the sign of player.x player center.x. I think that's all we need to do. No, it's axis x. Okay, so we actually just flipped the sign. And maybe we'll say if he gets close enough, he'll like jump and attack. D distance squared of, we'll say my point is hit center. Auto OP is player So we can just do player point, I guess pp dot x minus mp dot x, and between pp and mp, if d is less than ah okay, he actually just goes off the ground, off the, maybe we'll do 20. This boss is getting kind of hard. I think we want to like sleep here. It's a sword fight of the ages. Hey, we killed the boss. All right. So we want to just come up with like new boss cycles to run through. So we've got like this attack state where it just kind of goes a little nuts. Oh, I kind of want to make sure that the boss is like a little bit smarter to not just run off the edge. So maybe we'll say like, if there's an edge, we reflect. I don't know. Maybe we'll make a note about that. So to do we'll just put that here. Okay, so what are other things the boss can do? I guess the boss could also shoot you. And maybe we'll be in this state for a certain amount of time. So we'll make like so maybe you'll go into the run state for 5 seconds, maybe 8 seconds. We'll say state equals shoot state, state time equals 0. We could define a thing to make this a little easier, like go to state, next state, and then this will just be the classic macro thing. So state equals next state, state time equals 0. So that's a little bit cleaner. We can just say go to state, run state, go to state, shoot state, So then we just need a shoot state. For now, I'm just gonna make him go kind of hard on the trigger, you know? I'm just gonna hold down the trigger. So, okay, it's gonna start out in the original state, then he's gonna go into this run state where he tries to attack you. And then 8 seconds is kind of a long time. Okay, yeah. This needs some work. 8 seconds definitely felt like a long time. When we're in the shoot state, maybe he'll do something a little bit smarter. Maybe like all 3. And then we'll say entity sleep. What? Oh. Okay, we definitely want to have him like face the player. We're probably going to want to just know who the closest player is at all times. So we'll say like if player I don't know if that would always work. Maybe we'll just have it start out in the shoot state. So state equals shoot state. Oh god. This definitely doesn't seem like it's doing what we want. So instead of this, I want to do something kind of similar to this. Is that all we need? What is going on here? Sublime Text is freaking out on me. I kind of want to have him always face towards the player, regardless of sleeping state. So maybe we actually just make this like a global thing. I think it'll make it feel a little bit better. Definitely this 1 second is too slow. Oh god. Oh god. I mean, that works. We're gonna have to make you so you can like attack these bullets. Okay, yeah, a little bit slower. What other cycles could we have the boss go into? So, shoot state, a run state, attack state. I mean, we can just have it go back to the start, right? So it's just like a 3-cycle boss fight. It'd be cool if the boss kind of has like some sort of magic power and can just lift off the ground. I don't know what it would do from the air though. Because we don't really have a way for the boss to... Maybe we could make these bullets aim towards you. Just gonna make our face a little bigger. Maybe make the code. Is the code a good size for people to read? Let me know if you have any questions or want me to talk about anything, or just want to say hi. I kind of like the shoot state being a bit more berserk. So maybe we sleep for like 5, 3, 4, 5. This could just be good enough. This could just be a good enough boss fight. He's got like berserk mode. He's got like run and attack you mode. I mean, it's pretty tough. Let's try like a levitate mode. I don't know if we'll keep this in the final thing. But let's say like the boss is kind of like into some demonic stuff. So he can go into levitate. Levitate state. So what would we want to say here? This is actually going to be outside of the player controls. So far we've just been doing stuff that the player can do. Right? Like we're literally just feeding the player a controller. And that's our boss. But I think for this state, we're gonna like augment the player's ability. So we want to just make it like float subtly. So something like this. So when we're in levitate state, if dot y is less than, we'll make an incomplete Make this be game state. And then, so for now we're just gonna do, you know, a cool 80 pixels. So we'll just give him like a little boost. And maybe what we'd also say here is like if velocity.y is greater than 0, y equals 0, just to kind of negate the effects of gravity. So we'll put him into the levitate state, and I'm sure it's not going to work for whatever reason, and then we'll fix it. Okay, so he's ostensibly levitating here, but I don't see it. Maybe we need to do this in like the post update. No, maybe we're just not giving it enough juice. Let's try to... Okay, something's definitely wrong here. Okay. So he's kind of getting like stuck on the ground. Maybe we'll just do our own position step here. And say like, you know, oh, duh, it should be greater than 20. There we go. Now we've got a levitating guy. Okay. Alright, we've got a levitating boss. we'll make this game height times 0.5. So whatever this is, 168. Okay. I want to have him like. I want to have him start on the ground. Boss create. Y80. Okay. So we'll wait until we go. Maybe we'll have like pre-levitate. Pre-levitate state and then levitate. So in pre-levitate, all we do is wait until we're on the ground. So that's all, and then we can just clean up that. So then we'll just have this start at pre-levitate state. Okay, and now obviously we need this to be a little bit tighter. Not terrible. You want to kind of have him like follow a sine wave, you know? Actually, maybe what we want to do is just this. That slow levitate. Oh no, he's gonna do the crazy attack thing after he gets into position. This probably doesn't need to be multiplied, right? That looks pretty good. I like that levitate. Now, what's he gonna do from levitate? That's a great question. So two ideas. One is he could sort of like dash at the player, and then the other one is he could could like shoot something. I feel like shooting something makes a little more sense. If you're gonna go through all this effort to do this. Maybe we'll define this, which we say do. We can kind of reduce this to like a one-liner. So here we'll just say, oh god, face player. I guess we could just make this a function. I kind of hate these macros. Enter to this if there equals 1. Face entity it player, face entity it face the entity. Other. So levitate. Now he's levitating. He's gonna look at you. Looking all cool. So what we want to say in post-levitate state is like attack the player as quickly as possible. I guess we just want to do this once. You know? Just gonna kind of float. And then attack you again. And that's our whole cycle. We could make this more complicated, but I kind of like that. So really, all we need to do is say that. So we'll do a sword, we'll do entity sleep. Maybe he needs like a cooldown after that, you know? I see. So 200 milliseconds, it's going to move towards the player. And let's see if we can just run out of the way. Oh, okay, yeah, you can kind of run out of the way. Ah. Maybe we'll do 250 instead of 300. And let's just check that the hitbox is what we want it to be. Instead of this being time-based, maybe we'll say like or DTP. The DTP is the distance to player, and we'll say DTP Y. So, or the DTPY is less than 40 pixels. So just kind of comes at you. This hitbox thing, it shrinks a little too soon, I think. Let's step through it frame by frame so we can make it slow motion. There he is winding up. That's pretty good. Ugh. mean, this could just be enough. Like, attack, run, shoot, levitate. You know? We do have a cleanup here. Let's just try to fight him for real. Okay, yeah, we need to make these bullets actually hit the player. Because this might be too hard of a fight, but I do want the final boss to be kind of hard. Maybe we'll have the bullet. Maybe instead of doing this, we'll just do our own version of this. I think it's working. But just so we can really see, like, let's set the bullet alpha to 0.5. And we'll start in the shoot state. Okay, yeah, so we are creating these bullets here. So we kind of need the bullets to either affect the player or to not affect the person who shot them. So for example, if you play with multiple players, you could shoot your teammates. And then we also want like an enemy. We want an enemy bullet. I guess we could just actually do the same thing we're doing here. Which is to say, you know, we've got this color. So we'll just make sure the bullets are the same color. Cool. Oh, okay, so if we're done with the run state, we actually want to go shoot state, and then here we go to pre-levitate. So this is the full cycle. I can kind of just wait here. We definitely want this levitate to be a little bit. I do want it so that you can't just like camp out on the sides. I mean, damn. I guess we really need to like not have gravity. Or maybe we give it more time, less distance. Yeah, oh my god. We got knocked all the way out of the arena. Let's just see. It's gonna levitate up. Oh god. That's so much time. Why is he flying away? We actually don't have a post levitate. Yeah, I think the Y delta was pretty good. I think the real solution here is just it's just to make the arena like enclosed. So that the boss can't go too far. Because otherwise we'd have to do a bunch of stuff to make sure it doesn't escape. And I think this is just the simplest thing. And then it also doesn't give you a place to hide. So, oh god. Right. Ah! This attack is tough. Oh god. Okay. Now the last thing with the boss is we need to make it so that, well, there's two things. We need to make the bullets hit you, and we need to make you able to hit the bullets. And then when the boss dies, where's the player update? Here's the death. So we want to just copy the color. And gravity. So if you manage to kill the boss, oh god. Then it dies. I'm gonna commit this. I think we're making good progress. Okay. So I think I'm just gonna write down these things. We'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll finish up the boss fight. So the things we need to make happen are like player hit boss, bullets, and boss. Bullets hit player. Cool. Okay. So before the break, we were talking about finishing up this boss fight. So the simplest way I can think to do that is just to have some flag here on the bullet. Like just like effects player. Oh, okay, we could have like entity type. So we could have like origin type. So the bullet will hit anything that's not its origin type. I kind of like that. So now fire bullet will say it origin type equals entity type. And then when we go to check entity bullet, we can say and it type is not, let's say if it type is entity bullet and is not equal to oh, okay, so if so some extra logic there for the bullets. Check hitbox collision. So now it can take bullets. Okay. Okay, I think I messed that up. So it's really like if it's not equal to bullet or if its origin type is not equal to R type. So, okay, we're getting hit. So I can shoot him. And can he shoot me? Yes, he can. Cool. Okay. I mean, that's the whole boss fight. Make like origin type is kind of weird. Like maybe there's a better word for this. We could say like parent type. Maybe parent ID. It's kind of too generic. We'll just keep it at origin type for now. I want to make sure I can actually attack these bullets. That's the last thing. Huh. Doesn't seem like we can attack them. Okay. Maybe let's make these bullets move a little slower. Yeah, it definitely doesn't work. Origin type. Okay, I'm a little confused why this isn't working. So So maybe we should have something else in here. And it type is not equal to self type. So bullets can't affect each other. So if we're the player, we won't take damage. If we're invincible, find a hitbox. Maybe this should really be like find hitbox collision. Right? I guess really all we need to do is this piece. So the bullet and other origin type and my origin type is not equal to Okay. Something weird's happening here. So kind of want to roll back some of these changes, or at least take a look at them. I see. Okay, so when we go to say find... So when we go to find the hitbox collision, and hitbox is not equal to entity bullet or hitbox origin type, that should be all we need. And I think that's it. Hey, how's it going, lazy birds? Look at how cool this boss fight is. Aren't you really excited about it? I know you're really excited about this game, just as I am. Okay, there's definitely some weird stuff happening. Okay, so we can't attack that bullet for some reason. It looks like your best game yet. Yeah, it's pretty good. I could show you the whole thing if you want. Like, there's actually a lot. Like, we have a bunch of levels and stuff, and we're working on the final boss fight right now. We started it 2 days ago on Monday, and I just want to try to finish a game in a week before I start my new job for the man. Boom. Okay, so I think we need to just kind of break this down into 2 small steps, and then we're done. So, for some reason this isn't doing what we want it to do, even though it seems like it should. So let's just take the old logic we had, which is that. And now no one can attack anyone's bullets, right? Like, I can't attack my bullets, he can't attack mine. Yeah. So let's just say, like, if hitbox type, and maybe we call this like other instead of hitbox. So, okay, so here, entity bullet, we want to just print out some stuff. It type, other type, and other origin type. Oh boy, what did we do? Get that remedy. Oh no, something really bad is happening here. Okay, I don't know up with that? Why can't we just change this to other? Okay, we can. Or other origin type is not equal to my type. So that still doesn't work. Interesting. This is... Oh. We just need to say if other. Okay. I need to get out of this boss area for a second. Okay, so type is 7, origin type is 3. So this makes sense. Like, we can't attack our own bullets. The boss is doing crazy stuff up there. I feel like we should just be able to roll this logic into find hitbox collision. So basically just say if it type is not equal to cell, so if type is bullet and the origin type is self type, then we just keep going. Right? And then we just say here, you can hit anything. Okay. For some reason we can't attack these bullets. Maybe we just need to take a break and come back to it. I'm sure lazy birds would like that. So we can shoot each other, but the bullets are just not affected by the swords yet, which is a little weird. So what I want to do is just set up like a little test ground where we can see what's going on. So we'll just put like a spawn point here. And we'll go into our game. We'll say have the boss fire a bullet with no velocity and no offset. So that. So all we're trying to do is figure out why this doesn't work. So yeah, the bullet can hurt us, but we can't hurt the player. Also, bullet to bullet should totally hit. Maybe we should have just made a separate type, like enemy bullet and player bullet, and that would have simplified a lot of this. Okay, we don't really know why. So we'll say find hitbox collision here. And for some reason, we're not finding a hitbox collision. So that's really the first problem. So can we say be origin type, player type, something like that. So the origin type is 11. Okay. So when we come down here and we say, hey, we're a bullet, and origin type is self type. What if we just comment that out? Say, hey, we're a bullet. Interesting. Okay, so it still doesn't work. Even when we comment this out. So that's a clue that we're doing something wrong. Oh my god. We just need to actually destroy it here. Guys, this is how you know you've been programming for too long without a break. So all we need to say is if other type is equal to entity bullet, then we say entity destroy other, and that's it. That's literally the whole bug. I think. I see, so we're already taking damage. Because this is finding stuff that's affecting us. We want the bullet to find stuff that affects it. I mean, is this literally all we were supposed to do? Okay. Entity destroy other. So that's literally all we had to do. Okay, I mean, obviously that's not correct, though. So find hitbox collision. I think this still has a weird bug in it. Like, we don't want it to return bullets that were the same origin type. So we take damage from the bullet. Can we attack the bullet? No. Okay, because we're not checking. I kind of don't love the way we set up these collisions. We definitely could clean them up a bit. But when we check for bullet collisions, we want to do something like this. Okay, this could just be everything now. The last thing I want to check is what happens with bullet to bullet. Okay, bullet to bullet doesn't work. Alright. The problem is we're ignoring collision types between the same things. And so find hitbox collision is not going to find anything. So even if we want bullet-to-bullet collisions, I guess we could say, like, if self type is entity bullet. God, this is so hacky. Well, and we want. Okay. We're just gonna make a separate type because this is getting out of hand. Loves fans. Yeah, the fan is pretty loud. I do apologize for that. Oh my god. Alright, I think we needed to kind of take a break. We've been kind of going at this for too long. But before we break, maybe we just do the thing we've been saying this whole time. And that actually might just... Enemy bullet. Right, so then we have a fire bullet, and we have star fire enemy bullet, and this literally just does the same thing. That. Velocity offset. Enemy bullet. Mugsy is on the fan. Is my fan really loud, Lazy Birds? Like when it was on earlier? Okay. This origin type stuff was too confusing. Okay. Well, let me turn it on now and see if you can. Because it gets really hot in here. It is a hot one in the city. So this origin type nonsense was a bad idea. I regret it. That's it. We just have two separate types. Right? That's the whole thing. Okay, and then when we go to say bullet update, bullet, enemy bullet, bullet, and we don't have any special draw logic. What? Enemy. Enemy bullet, enemy bullet, enemy bullet. Okay, where is that? Apparently we can't spell. Okay. So now we kill the bullet, which is good. We have the post update here. We want to also check enemy bullet. This is what happens when you try to get too clever. You know, you just make mistakes. Enemy bullet. Okay, so there we go. We can destroy it. It can hurt us. And now bullet-to-bullet combat is the last thing we need to check. Okay. So player's doing some weird stuff. Player. Find hitbox collision. So we just want to check it wasn't a bullet. Right, so we can shoot. The bullets exists. Now bullet to bullet doesn't work. Or the inverse of this. Then we do just destroy both bullets if it's bullet to bullet situation. Right? Now last but not least, we need the bossy guy to be affected by these. So we're gonna go back to the boss. So we'll just make something really simple here. Let's just say, is this your own game engine? Yeah, this is my own game engine. I can show it off if you want, but it's a custom game engine and it does a lot of stuff, and it's really cool. Affected by bullet type is going to be this. If it type is entity, so if we're the boss, then wait, what is this? Oh, we're in the wrong. We're in the back, guys. Here we go. So affected by bullet type, or I guess we could say like unaffected by kind of like two negatives, but like let's just call this like self bullet type. Whoa. Okay, that clearly didn't work. Everyone's getting hurt by their bullets. I really thought that would have just worked, right? Because find a hitbox collision. If it's not self bullet type. Oh, maybe this is the line. Okay, so I can shoot the boss. Something weird's happening here. All right, I don't know. I'm just gonna commit this for now, and we'll play some games. I don't know. Updates to bullets, maybe. Things are almost good. And hopefully we can figure this out later. Because once we get this, we're pretty much done with the game. You know, we just need a way to sort of trigger this boss arena. But I'm kind of imagining that last room here will be the boss. And maybe once you kill the boss, you get that special gun power-up, and then you can run through the game again. I don't really know, but hopefully we can jam on this a bit later. Finish everything. So in the meantime, thank you everyone for coming, and see you later. Why not make more levels? We can make more levels. I mean, hey, if you want to design levels, I would totally be down for that. Like, you can see there's a lot of space in this map for more stuff. You know? If we could get a collab sesh going, that would be great. But anyway, we want to just get the thing done. Maybe we'll expand the map after just having the initial 16. But the first step is to get the initial 16, and then we can improve it. Okay. I'm gonna go hop in the Discord on the secret private chat.